Hey, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim. And today we're going to be getting back into, well, coding up my game GGG. Uh, we got still quite a lot of work to do on it, but hopefully we can kind of work on um, coding up what is necessary and getting it all done, obviously, but it's going to take some time, okay? Um, I do this just for any one of you that might be like coming in for the very first time here. Um, I do all the coding on these streams. Okay, I don't really do, or at least I don't think I've ever done anything um, concerning the the code, the art, so on and so forth. I barely even do any of the research offline. Okay. Um, and I only relegate Sundays to doing these coding streams. So, um, could I be doing this, you know, every single day? Probably. Um, but, um, as I've kind of mentioned before, um, I still enjoy playing games as well. Um, so it's one of the reasons why I try to do both. Obviously, I do the gaming streams more than I do the coding streams. I know, but um, it. I don't necessarily want to give up on being a coder either. So, um, it's the career path that I chose, and I would like to continue going in that general direction. So, hence the reason why I did both um, it's one of the reasons why I keep on doing these little coding streams. Just so I can keep on uh, working towards the goal of you know being someone that uh, I can help out others with what they're doing, or getting to a point where um, I'm I'm not really kind of worried about the having a job. I have a job in the industry and I'm doing work in there. Now, um, you know, um, sometime in February, I don't know when, my channel is going to change. Okay, just so you're aware. Okay, um, the um, I was able to finally get a job, um, and I'm going to be doing the 40-hour week, you know, job pretty soon. Okay. Again, I don't know exactly when in February. Okay, but um, my uh, what I'm going to be doing, what I'm going to be working on, is going to take up the majority of my day. I'm not going to be able to do these 2 to 6 streams that much after that. Okay, I'll still try to put some streams out there, um, but I'm still going to need to kind of upload all these videos and stuff like that to my YouTube channel. So I might have to reduce down the amount of hours that I do on it, and I'm probably gonna have to reduce down the number of days that I contribute to it. Just to let you folks know that's what's potentially what's gonna happen. Okay. Um, so, but I don't want to stop on making this game. Okay, I've spent a lot of time devoted to working on it, getting it to a point of being something that I can upload onto like Steam and you know on an app store, and seeing who would be kind of willing to pick it up at some point. So, hey there, Jedi, how you doing there, bud? How's your day been? Uh, so, I just want to kind of keep you guys informed about what's kind of going on that. So, um, we'll see what happens. Again, I don't have a date yet on when I'm going to be starting this new job. So, um, I've already kind of talked with them and said, hey, when's the start date? I'm gonna need to know, but I haven't gotten a message back yet on it. I mean, I sent it yesterday, so I mean, don't stress, okay? They haven't gotten back to me yet. So, uh, found a beer that fits your diet. Nice. Fits your diet. Interesting. Okay. Um, Something that's like low carbs or something. Okay. Let's see. Anything else to talk about? Um, a lot of stuff going on Twitter lately, and it's kind of worrisome. It's kind of um, well, I mean, it. Let's face it. There's a lot of things that are just kind of coming to a head at this particular moment in time. Okay. Um, I'm hoping that cooler minds will prevail, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of things that I'm seeing on Twitter that it's like, what are you guys doing here? Um, so, uh, I hate to be, that type of guy that everybody points at and says, this is you know, this guy, don't be this guy. It's like, ah. Oh well. But I'm putting my 2 words out there. Hope that someone would listen. Saying, hey, maybe don't do this. This isn't right. You know, I don't have a large megaphone right at the moment, so my audience is isn't a ton, but I mean I still need to kind of get those kind of messages out there anyway, you know. So um, this is the first time I've been able to really see what's on your shelf, like your lightsaber. Yeah, yeah, I enjoyed that one. It has a little bit of trouble. I have no problem extending the lightsaber, but it gets caught trying to go back inside, so I don't really play with it as much. But I've used it on Halloween from time to time. So um, okay, let's see. Anything else? Anything else to cover? Um, no, not really. Not really. Okay, everything looks like it's uh pretty much all ready to go. Let me go ahead and bring up another browser so that I can use it just in case for our work today. And then, oh, let me go ahead and bring up my coding editor here. And there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this live. Don't want to turn on the speakers. I have copyrighted music playing in the background. Can't really do that. Alright, so last we left off, um, I think I have some errors aren't that are causing problems, so I don't think I can actually show what I got right now. I believe I left off with some problems. Let's see. Hmm. And again, maybe not. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. Um, so what I noticed was this right here. Last time, enemies are spawning in a location that had a resource. Um, I saw the overlap between the two, so obviously there's a problem there. Need to fix that. Um, so the other problem that I was dealing with last time was um, trying to handle um, multiple types of components, meaning that um, you know, I'm if I'm going to be moving from one spot to another for any of my agents, whether it be human or the enemies, they're going to be colliding with multiple different elements, multiple different um, uh, they're going to be they're going to be colliding with walls, they're going to be colliding with enemies, they're going to be colliding with the resources. All of these I have to kind of figure out how to try to handle um, each step in that process. What is um, how do I get the code to understand that if one of my agent runs into you know any one of these particular components, how to try to figure out um, I need them to do different things based off of what they run into. So I need to know how to kind of figure out, um, how to determine, what is, you know, how to isolate each of the different components so that I can have it handle, uh, if it runs into an enemy, something happens. If it runs into a resource, something happens. I need to be able to figure out how to handle that. So that is what I'm going to be kind of tackling today. So trying to figure out how to get this to work. So, um, it didn't open up my code editor yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Try to get that going. There we go. Now let's see. Yeah, I think that's pretty much um, what I'm going to be covering for today. So, okay. Let's see. Unity 3D. Um, different type of collisions. Let's see. Um, take a multiplayer game with two turrets floating on asteroids in space with both fire bullets. Each turret belongs to a different player. When a turret 1 enters range of turret 2, turret 2 shoots at turret 1. Bullet collides with the turret takes damage. I was thinking of implementing this with two colliders on each turret, and bit the circle collider to detect box collider to detect bullets. Obviously, when the bullets shoot box collider. Same turret box collider used to detect bullets should probably be used to collide when a circle collider. Hmm. Not quite what I'm looking for here. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see, hold on. Okay. Let's see. Um, let's see. Multiple. That was last week's search. Um, um, based approach, best I came up with this. Um, um, let's see. Um, hmm. Can I actually use this to my advantage on this one? Let me look into this here because I've seen this a couple times already. Um, let's see if there's something like official on Unity 3D on that. Collision enter. Let's see. Okay. So when obviously, the uh, 2D roguelike, was an old example and very outdated, and I haven't done anything with um, like their new tutorials concerning the 2D. Okay, so I don't know. Um, but um, using the code that they had prior, concerning, they did the, attempted move, and it like, um, this particular object here, the component, um, isn't ideal. Okay, because um, I would have to have something that is com- uh, I would have to have something so broad that covers every single last collidable object that it doesn't really help me very much. Okay, because I'm still going to need to try to isolate down, which of the objects I'm colliding with is going to be. Um, so, seeing that, agents, are, broad in itself, it's covering, both the player's characters as well as the enemy characters, um, they're going to be acting differently based off of what they collide with. Um, so I need to be able to try to isolate it down and figure out, what can do, you know, uh, what can I do to um, state, does this, um, when this collides with this, it has to do this. If this collides with that, it has to do this other thing. So hmm, this is interesting. How old was this? 6 years ago. Yeah, it might have changed since then. So I mean, I'll leave that out for now. But um, hmm, um, nope, that didn't really help me out on that. So What's this all about? Collision detection chart. Um, let's see. Hmm, no, okay. Sorry. The um, what I'm saying here might be good um, if I'm kind of looking at very basic um, types of collisions. So, okay, let me let me try to explain a little bit here. Um, I'm still gonna need to figure out how to determine what collides with what. Okay, so um, layer-based collision, I'm sure that this is understandable kind of thing. Like, hey, um, you may three different objects in this particular scenario. One can only collide with layer one only collides with layer two, and then the collides with layer three. Okay. Um, so when it falls, it just kind of lands on their respective layers. Okay. So um, so let's say humans are in you know their own layer. Okay, and they're walking around. Um, but I need them to kind of check for, like, hey, I can't have them colliding with resources. I can't have them colliding with cities. Um, I can't have them colliding with the outer edge. Um, so I would have to have like layers for each one of those specifically, and um, then I would need to kind of do a script in there, trying to look out for each one of those different layers. Um, or um, if the enemy strikes at a human, would it know if it's a worker or if it's a warrior? Am I gonna have to separate both of those into like different layers themselves? That's why I'm so kind of confused right at this moment in time. I'm trying to figure out this, and um, I don't have a good sense of where I can kind of go with this. Hmm. Yeah, I think let's see. Um, 3D action. Hmm. Interesting. What's this all about? Hmm. That was interesting. not exactly what I was, not exactly what I need, but it's still kind of interesting for those of you that might be like coding up like the guy was talking about, like a bowling game or something like that, um, or you're trying to do something that is like a first-person shooter. You're firing off your bullets, which are going super fast, but obviously, um, if you don't have the right settings um, on your objects, then your bullet would fly right on through and nothing would happen. So, um, so yeah. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Okay, so just if you guys are kind of reading along with me on this one, um, as this guy was stating, you have um, colliders set for both, but um, the there he was already kind of mentioning the fact that this is kind of meant to kind of go over the health potion in this particular case. But because this didn't have a rigid body to it, um, it wasn't, it didn't have the, so it has um, it has something basically saying, hey, you know, we're having something um, that can detect a collision, but you're talking about two objects that are like basically ghosts. Okay, they don't actually have any kind of substance. They don't have any like material connection to it. Okay, um, they're gonna say, "Oh, hey, I collided with you," but if they're both like ghosts, if they're both something that is immaterial, okay, it doesn't have any kind of solid form to it, okay, they're just gonna pass right through each other and not really have any, um, they're not gonna have any kind of collision trigger to it. Okay, that's why he put a rigid body on, the playable character in this particular case, and not the bottle here. Now, if he put a bottle, if he put a rigid body on the bottle itself, then the player would never be able to actually go over the bottle. It would just kind of ram into it, or it would cause that um, it would cause the collision, and based off of what he was going to do with it, he would kind of handle the situation. Um, but if they were to touch, then that debug would occur. But because he's leaving the rigid body off the bottle, um, his one rigid body would go through this, okay, and uh, it would tell that, hey, this particular body is colliding with this detection. Okay, it's basically saying it's like a laser kind of thing, a tripwire laser kind of thing. Like if you put your foot through that laser, you're basically interrupting the signal, so therefore it basically says, oh hey, something's going on here. Okay, same kind of mentality on that. Wait a second. He's going too fast on the code side of things. Slow it down some. Alright. So you guys can barely see that, I would imagine. Um, okay, so he's creating two separate um, pieces of code here, player base and player rigid body 2D, to take in components um, concerning those particular rigid bodies. Hmm. Um, Not quite what I was looking for. Add, um, not quite what I was looking for. Um, so I'll give that guy a like for now. Um, Normally I don't subscribe to someone that, you know, um, that I've only seen like, one video of, it's if I really do enjoy their their videos, then uh, more than one, then I would subscribe. But still give them a like nonetheless because that was indeed helpful. So um, that's me. That's me. So um, just so you guys start like, oh well, why don't you subscribe to them? It's, you know, that's my mentality. um, so now I know what I'm kind of looking for at the moment, and that's his code on how. Okay, here, let me go back to this real quick. Okay, so you guys can kind of oh, come on, go away. Okay, so let me go back to um near the very end here. So notice how when he's pushing the rocks, his health is going down. Okay. Um, So the rocks themselves are causing some damage to him. Okay. Um, and then when he goes up to the potion, once again, that's another trigger event. Okay. Um, so let's kind of, you know, when he was kind of showing this, the whole stay, enter, and exit. Okay. He was showing, hey, this is what happens when this particular object here, collides with something else. The enter, the stay, and the exit. Okay, same with all these objects. Okay, so so he's able to kind of isolate that. He's able to basically say, oh, okay, but we have an enter collision, we have an exit collision, so on and so forth, right? Okay, so um how is he able to determine, the differences in the enters? Okay, because it's not outright stating um, the um, when he enters a collision, um, the um, it's he doesn't specify, hey, I'm colliding with a rock or I'm colliding with a potion. He doesn't say that in the console there. Okay. So that's what I'm kind of missing on this particular video. He doesn't actually state how is he able to determine, when he's running into a rock to take off health versus if he's colliding with the health potion to give him health. That's the thing. You have the same type of collision, yes, with the collision enter, but you're talking about two different objects that are one could actually take off health and one that could um, heal them. So if he like put in code that just basically said, um, after, upon entering a collision, if if you're um, like, um, for collisions stay, you subtract health. Well, that's the problem though, is that if he's running up against a wall, um, he would be losing health that way if he runs into the bottle. Just kind of staying in that kind of collision field. Um, see, so as you can see, he just went through that potion there. You have the enter, you have multiple different stays, and then you have the exit. Okay, so if he was to, you know, um, say, for example, the collision with the wall there. He has enter and multiple different stays. Okay, as well as the exit at the very end. Okay, so he's doing a lot of, if he was to put in code in there that says, after a collision stay, subtract off health, then he'd be subtracting the health off the wall and he'd be subtracting health off the potion. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So how does he isolate, you know, which of these objects can take off health and which can actually add on health? He doesn't actually include that in, he doesn't actually show that kind of code. So I'm going to need to try to figure out where his code is on that. Um, so let me see. Does he? I don't really see any kind of code for it, or he doesn't actually, and he doesn't really show his code on here. So it's this is good, but I mean it's good in that he's showing the differences between enter, stay, and exit. Okay, that's good. Okay, and he's most likely gonna have the trigger events um, based off of these objects as well. Um, so hmm, let me try to figure it out a little bit more. He's having multiple different um, he's showing multiple different um, methods and functions and like so um, okay. Um, so I would imagine that. Okay, so he's not doing any kind of like versions of the trigger. Um, so okay, so yeah, let me wait until he goes over the potion there. Okay, so here he has the trigger enter, the trigger stays, and the trigger exit. Okay, versus the collision stay and the collision exit up here. So with the triggers, he could, he can specify, hey, whenever the trigger happens, I can regain health. But once again, we have a collision enter and stay with the rocks there. Okay, which once again um, causes the uh, um, the rocks themselves, are what's hurting him. So how is he able to isolate, you know, colliding with the rocks versus colliding with the wall? How is he able to isolate that? The trigger is great. He's able to determine like, hey, whenever the trigger happens, regain health, right? Okay, good. But when he does the collision, how is he able to determine, you know, which which of these different, um, which one of these is actually hurting him in the end? So see, he's running up against the wall and it's not hurting him. So let me look. I mean, this individual's videos are good, but obviously I'm still gonna need to try to figure out what is kind of missing, or what, where his code is for trying to figure out more of the collision. So let's see. Let me check his playlist and see. Um, okay. I mean, I'd look into his, you know, 2D game of Snake and check to see, what he did there. But once again, it's not going to be, um, it's unless he has like multiple different. like collidable objects with it, then um, you know, uh, like that one thing that he just showed, you know, with the damage being done, then um, then that would be fine. You know, you'd be able to kind of tell, um, you know, from the code that it kind of places down. You know, if you're colliding with certain objects, you know, are you um, so um, hmm, hmm, I don't know if this is gonna get me what I need here. Let me go and turn on um, subtitles here for you. I mean, I appreciate the fact that he's still that he still kind of wants to endorse his own code here, folks. So sorry for rolling my eyes, but um, wasn't really expecting that. So go and check out his utilities if you want. I'm not going to say give it an endorsement or not on it, so I don't really know. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Why is he having the enemy list within enemy? That doesn't really make much sense to me. Why you'd have the enemy list within, you know, each of the enemy types here. You would think that that would be kind of covered under like the overall game Um, so okay, let me try to explain here a little bit. Okay. Uh, Under the if you try to like encapsulate everything and trying to make sure that everything is kind of working in their own particular fields. Okay, the the game manager, the ones that it's supposed to kind of handle, what happens inside the game, that would have a list of all the enemies that are out there in the game. Okay, or all the players, or whatever. Okay, it's kind of meant to have a broad base of what it kind of covers. Each of the enemies shouldn't necessarily need to know where all the other enemies are at. Okay, if you're talking one particular enemy, it it doesn't need to know where all the rest of the enemies are. Okay, unless of course it's you design it in such a fashion where it's saying, hey, enemies, flock to me. I need you to come with me to attack them, or something along those lines. If it's like a leader class, then maybe it needs to try to figure out, who's around them to try to make a call out or something along those lines. Okay, but um, it should be um, it should be more calling the game manager for what's around him than having a list of all the enemies around him. Okay, because it just takes up a lot of code in that instance. Like if you have like 10,000 enemies, I'm just putting a random number out there. I'm not saying that this is what this guy is doing. Okay, I'm just saying, if you have 10,000 enemies, for example, okay, each one of those enemies has a list of the 10,000. Having a list of all the individuals that are out there. Mm, I don't know what he's trying to do with that. He's having a list and he's adding this particular modifier into it. It's like, what's going on here? I would imagine, I would probably put a lot of this in the game manager personally, not within the enemy itself. because enemies shouldn't have an idea as to all where all the enemies are all about. Okay, if it's meant to enclose, as a single unit of the enemy, then it shouldn't need to know all the enemies that are around. Okay, it should be more the game manager handling that than anything else. Not quite what I'm looking for per se on this. So let's see. I need something that's. Hmm. Let me see what this is all about here. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really see anything there that I can use. Um, hmm. Hmm. Yeah, no, I don't see. Not really seeing what I kind of need on that right at the moment. So, um, let me try this here. Okay. Okay, so the fact that he's using these tags to isolate, certain functions that's happening there is something that is very, very handy. Um, but the problem is that this is something that uh, okay, so let me try to explain what my mentality here is on this. Okay, so right now, okay, the player isn't going to be controlling these AI units at all. Okay, so right now, what he's doing right now, he's using keyboard commands to announce or to control this box, where it moves and what it interacts with. Okay. Um, the controls aren't going to be on the player in this particular case. It's all going to be on the AI units. Okay, so I have to make sure that um, if they're trying to move from one spot to another, um, the like I'm trying to um, would obviously I'm using the old uh, 2D attempt to move kind of thing. Um, if there is indeed a collision right here, would that call um, would that call these particular functions, the on trigger or the on collision? I don't really know. Um, Let me look this up real quick. So Google does physics dot line cast call on collision. Let's see. Hmm. I'm not seeing anything here concerning that right at the moment, which is somewhat concerning. Um, a funny feeling that it's not going to. Um, I have a funny feeling that this is gonna really go the way I want it to. Um, hmm. I have a funny feeling that this isn't really going to. Okay, so let me try to explain what's going on here. So, um, I'm using the similar, 2D roguelike to kind of move objects around. Okay, I'm having to move from one to, from one spot, one block, one hex, hex tile in this particular case to another hex tile. Okay, um, but I don't necessarily want it to move too early if there's something there. Okay, um, it's one of the reasons why. Um, I'm still trying to get. Um, I'm not okay. Mm, I need to kind of put my thoughts into words here. So when it comes to Unity, okay, you can. Uh, it's really well built if you want to kind of make your own kind of map. Okay, it's good for like a platformer kind of. If you're trying to do a 2D platformer, it's great for that because you can just kind of make your level. Okay, you can design your level and you can have your platformer go and do its thing. Okay. Um, but because I'm designing this map, um, so it's making it on the fly. Okay. I'm having the code actually generate the map. Um, I don't have that kind of uh, I don't have that rigid status of what the static of you know of a map that will never change. Okay, my map is constantly changing. Okay, so because of that, okay, um, I'm not designing it in such a way where the AI is going to be fairly fluid moving around the map. Okay, um, I have to kind of keep things kind of rigid along those lines so that um, I could probably try to um, completely like completely like take out the hex tiles and stuff like that. Just kind of have a map that kind of gets generated and have you know certain clumps of area being generated um, based off the resource type, but I think I'll wait for like next time on that one. Okay, I think I'm gonna wait for like version 2 or 3 or something like that down the road. I'm still trying to learn Unity and C Sharp on this, so I don't want to overload myself too much with, you know, going beyond what the scope of this game is going to be. Okay, you know, that will be lit. You know, that will be like the next game or 2 games. You know, that will be later. Being able to kind of generate a map where the units can just kind of freely roam around the map. Okay, much like Majesty is all about. Okay, I'm trying to keep myself fairly contained right at this moment in time. You know, keep the scope of this game small so I don't overwhelm myself. Okay, that's the whole idea of uh, projects like these. Okay, um, you know, keep your focus, keep your scope with what you're able to do. Okay, um, if your scope starts getting larger and larger and larger and larger, then eventually it just gets to a point where can you do it as a single programmer? Okay, you're gonna start tacking on multiple different possibilities onto what you're trying to make, and eventually it will get to a point where um, the overall code, the overall game is just going to get so large that you yourself are not going to be able to handle it. Um, that's why you have these programming teams that are handling multiple sections of your code of the code for these games, for these programs, what have you. Okay. Um, World of Warcraft is not done by a single programmer. Okay. Um, so that's the reason why I'm trying to keep my scope in a little bit more. Okay. Now, um, hence the reason why I'm trying to keep it along the same lines of the 2D roguelike, in that I'm keeping the units in very controlled environments, inside that square, in this case, in my particular case, a hex tile. Okay, I'm keeping my units inside there. Um, and if I was doing this kind of um, if I was doing a game that allowed for move, you know, that is kind of allowing for free flowing movement. Okay, allowing the player units to kind of just freely move around the map, like as though there's no tiles whatsoever. There's no uh, restrictions on, hey, this particular location has um, um, this particular location has resources, and so if um, if I'm not eliminating the players, then that's great. Okay, this kind of collision might kind of work on that, because um, the units are just kind of gonna go off in their own kind of direction in that particular case. Okay, and then if we actually do the collision enter, trigger enter, so on and so forth. Okay, um, then we can kind of do we can then have those functions being called, or those functions are automatically going to be called anyway. Okay, because of the collisions. Okay. Um, but we're not really worried about that on this particular case because we're trying to make sure that um, we're looking at its destination first to see whether or not it's cleared. Okay. And then moving to that particular location. Okay. Um, and if there's ever collision that kind of happens, then obviously I need to kind of deal with that. Okay. But um, now these particular functions could still be called in my game. Like, um, for example, if um, here, let me kind of run it again and try to explain. Um, okay. Um, see, that's a problem. Um, so let's look at it another way here. Okay. Our characters here are fairly large overall. Okay. The size of them are still kind of fairly large on the hex tiles. Okay. Um, if I have their collision, you know, box around them. Okay. Um, it will eventually get to a point where, um, like if they're kind of walking to this one tile and the enemy's kind of walking to that tile, if their boxes collide, then I'm probably going to have that whole on collision enter function trying to be called. But I don't necessarily need to use that. Okay, I don't necessarily need to use those particular functions because I don't need to worry about that. Okay, the whole idea of the movement to another square, the line, um, the line cast here is kind of meant to try to handle all that anyway. Okay, it's meant to say, hey, if this actually collides with something, then there's a hit, there's a problem, we need to kind of deal with it. Okay, so um, so what is interesting to me in this particular case, okay, is this right here. Okay, here, let me wait until he's done. Okay, so he has something here talking about, hey, um, we have a collision object, or we have a 2D collider in this particular case, collision, okay, and he's checking to see whether or not that collision is the same for, he's comparing the collisions game tag with, the normal game object compare tags of damage. Okay, so this interests me. Okay, because now I might be able to actually use this to my advantage. Meaning, so um, so I might not want this attempt move at all. Um, okay, because again, it's trying to this attempt move is trying to use an object um, as a possible collision. You know, is it actually hitting the wall? Okay, I don't necessarily need that. Okay, that's not exactly what I'm kind of looking for. Okay, um, if so, what I need. Let's see. Recast hit 2D. Hmm. What does recast hit 2D entail? Recast hit 2D. What do you have in there? You have a collider. You have the rigid body. Okay, so. Hmm, let's see. Hmm. Tag. Hmm. Now let's see. If I was to select the prefabs of humans. Oh, okay. Hmm. So if I was to do something. Okay, so the recast hit 2D returns back. Okay. The um, so inside the recast we have the rigid body and the collider. Okay. Um, Now let's see. Collider, same kind of deal. Let's see. What is its collision here? Once again, it also has a tag and we also can compare it. So we could, seeing that, um, you know, a lot of these objects are going to have, rigid bodies and, um, box sliders, then um, I can pretty much use either one of those So let me see. Let me see if I can kind of word this. So first off, let's go ahead and remove um, let's remove the attempted move on the, or the, let's remove the uh, this from the attempted move. Okay, let's not, let's just get rid of it altogether. Okay, obviously that's gonna have to, we're gonna have to kind of change the warrior. Gonna have to change the ghosts, ghouls, and the goblins. Get rid of those because it's not matching up with the agents. Okay, we're getting rid of the object altogether. Okay, because it's not. When we're moving, we have the potential of running into multiple different components, multiple different objects on the map. Okay, so just trying to check to see whether or not we hit a wall isn't going to work for us. Okay, so that's the reason why this attempt to move on this one particular object isn't going to cover it, isn't going to work for us. Okay, so uh, we need to do something that's a little bit better, a little bit more. Okay, um, so now we come back here to the humans. Okay, we do our recast hit, 2D hit, so on and so forth. Okay, we attempt our move. Okay, and output, comes back that, hey, we have a hit. Okay, it's not null, so we can move on. We can move past it. Um, so now we can do something along the lines of, um, okay, so if the human, let's see, if let me go ahead and get rid of all this. Oh, 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 a little too much there, dude. A little too much. All right. If it dot um, y2d dot pair tag is equal to human. Actually, hold on. Gotta be careful with this. Right. I still want to. When the collision still happens for human, I still want to. Um, I still want to move anyway. So. Um, so I still want to call. Um, the smooth move on that particular case. So I want to do this here. So we want to do the force move on destination. Okay. So uh, if if we did if we did make a collision, okay, and it's another, and the collision happens to be another human, then we want to go ahead and continue the movement. Okay. Um, else if compare tag is warrior, and once again, we're gonna just continue moving in that general direction. We don't really care one way or another about, um, we're okay with having these kind of, um, trying to, uh, we're okay, having these guys kind of moved onto the same location. Okay, so we're okay kind of having them move there. So that's perfectly fine. Okay. And we can and therefore we can kind of ignore the collisions that are actually happening with that. See, um, when we're having so let me kind of um, oh the game isn't really working, or the game isn't really up right at this point in time. But how I had the two humans on top of each other, because they were kind of on top of each other. Okay, if I included the on collision, enter, stay, so on and so forth, I'd be getting like hundreds of messages, just basically stating, hey, this is happening right now. Okay, so um, I don't necessarily need to care about that too much. Um, yeah, I knew that I'd have some problems with my code a little bit. Um, so uh, yeah, that's a problem. um, but if I can actually get the compare tag to actually work, you know, if um, the raycast hit 2D actually does kind of contain, um, you know, the the colliders and the like, then obviously I'm gonna need to go ahead and use them. Um, so I think, let's see, rigid body. Think that should, I think that would work now. I don't think the Unity would have a problem with that, or at least it shouldn't. I could be wrong on that. Um, it's having a little bit of lag on that one, but it should be hit game object compare tag. Would not rigid body work? Hit game object is the game object you just collided with. Well, okay. but this is concerning the returned. Um, okay, so using the line cast, it returns back the raycast hit, raycast hit 2D as a return. The hit there would have a rigid body associated with it, so therefore that's what you would want to. Um, I mean, I'm not. Um, the hit itself would have its own rigid body, so therefore that's what I would be calling. So yeah, no, I'm not doing the on collider enter. I'm actually doing movement from one particular position to the other. So um, if I did the on collider enter, then I would have to kind of handle uh, a lot more than what I'm doing right now. Seeing that I'm moving from one particular block to another, but you know, uh, I'm still keeping this fairly simple for myself for the time being. So um, uh, the hit contains maybe the rigid body, but that would be wrong. You should compare. Didn't see your code. Yeah, no worries, there, bud. No worries. I mean, you're coming into it pretty much midway through my my development of this game anyway, and even then, I'm doing a lot. I'm doing a lot of hours trying to work on this myself. Um, so yeah, no worries, no worries of uh, you know, I understand there there's so many ways to kind of do these kind of games. So everybody has their own unique way of going about doing things. So no worries on that. Um, okay, so you're still kind of suggesting that I still do um the game object anyway. Uh, but it says you're saying maybe contains a rigid body. Okay, so hmm. I mean each of these agents, each of the resources on map are gonna have some kind of rigid body to them, so that we don't have any kind of um, so they're not really transparent. They're not really something that you can easily go through. Um, the cities themselves are also objects that you're not going to be. Didn't have my music going right at the moment. Haha. My headset shuts off after a certain period of time here, so if it doesn't have any kind of um, input, or if I'm not hearing something, it decides, oh hey, you need to shut down. It's like irritating headphones, but oh well. Um, so apologies on that. I got the music back up and running again, so um, sorry I can't play any music. Copyright being a thing, I don't want to deal with it. So, and seeing that I upload all these videos to my YouTube channel anyway, yeah, don't want to and don't want to deal with those kind of handles. So, um, okay, so um, okay, let's go back to this here. Let's see if we can actually get the game up and running again. Okay, so um, so just to kind of you were asking about the what the game is all about. Okay, so here, let me actually stop this real quick. Let me reduce down the size of the game here real quick. All right, let me I'm reducing down the size of the map. Okay, so um, so what we got here, okay, is a real-time survival uh, kind of game. What's happening is that for each level, I'm having the player try to manage artificial intelligence workers and warriors when they purchase them to get enough resources, whether or not it's, the trees and other resources that I'm going to be putting in the game to try to hold off against enemy units or, in this particular case, ghouls. Um, so uh, the workers are going to be going around collecting the resources. The warriors are meant to kind of just protect the workers against the enemy. And when the player achieves a certain number of resources, I'm not quite sure which. I'm still going to need to figure out the balance on that. They will move on to the next level, which the map gets larger. The um, the enemies change based off of the level. The amount of resources change, um, and the difficulty ramps up as we go along. Okay, so these maps are um, randomly generated. So I'm not constructing the maps themselves. I'm having the game itself, or I'm having the uh, board manager build the map each and every single time. Okay, so right now I just have placeholders for the outer wall, for the hex tiles, for the human city in this particular case, as well as the ghoul city in this particular case. Okay, I will have to put my artist cap back on and draw out those particular cities at some point in time, but I don't really care about that right at this particular moment in time. I'm all about trying to figure out getting them to actually move about the map at this point. Okay, and then using A star to control where they're moving. Okay, um, or at least maybe something a little bit better than A star. Again, I'm not sure 100% whether or not that's still like one of the best AI algorithms for pathing. Um, there's probably some better algorithms out there um, for pathing now. I'm not 100% sure. I've been kind of out of the game for a couple of years now, um, so I don't know, if there's a better programming algorithm for that. But that's the whole really quick summary of what the game is going to be all about. The player themselves, they're not going to be directly controlling these units. Okay, so these units are going to be just um, randomly walking around the map. Okay, so the player is basically going to be in in a sense herding cats to try to keep themselves alive. Okay, if the enemy captures too many of the human units, then eventually they will fail and it'll be game over. They would have to kind of restart the level all over again. So I'm gonna eventually figure out ways of trying to kind of help the player out, to kind of allow for them to manage them a little bit more, putting in like flags that basically say, hey, I want you guys to go here and resource and uh, manage up some resources and so on and so forth. Um, Building up barriers to block the enemy's path, so on and so forth. But I'm not worried about that right now. So I want to try to figure out whether or not I can actually get their movement to actually work without any input from me. So that's the reason why I'm for a long time I was trying to figure out how I could handling like multiple component collisions. Okay, because um, there's going to be multiple different resources that they can potentially collide with. There's going to be multiple different types of enemies that they're going to be colliding with. Um, as you can see, they have the potential of colliding upon each other, and I'm okay with them kind of stacking up with each other like this. I'm okay with that. I don't have any kind of problem with these units kind of stacking on top of each other, especially if they're like trying to mine resources on either side. For example, like, hey, this one worker is mining this tree, the other is chopping down this tree. Okay, it doesn't really matter all that much as long as they're still kind of active. Um, so, and if the warrior decides, or if the warrior needs to get past them, I don't necessarily need the warrior to be stuck on this one particular spot. Like, hey, he wants to get over here. If these are solid, meaning that they aren't going to allow for any kind of, um, they can't allow for anyone to pass through them, then these warriors are going to have to kind of walk around, and um, I find that as kind of silly overall. Um, Now it's going to be interesting when the enemy eventually gets to the point of, like walking on top of one of these tiles, but we'll get to that a little bit later. So, um, so I'm looking at this right now, okay, and I'm gonna call, the attempt move for a human player, to try to get to a particular destination. You know, they do the raycast, inside the move, which is under the agent class, which is going to be the abstract class of all of these. So, the warrior ghosts, ghouls, goblins, humans. So it's going to be standard for all of them, because it's why replicate the code? Um, but each one of these is going to have to handle how they're going to deal with their particular destination if they actually collide with something in particular. So um, so if a human runs into another human, if their hit collision happens, then I don't necessarily need to worry about it. I want them to still move to that particular destination. I don't need to worry about it. I'm gonna continue. I'm basically telling them, you know, uh, you know, if there wasn't any kind of hit happening, if there if the hit comes back as null, then we're doing the start routine to just kind of move to that particular location, no problem. Um, but if we did hit something, then we still might want to have them move anyway. So hence the reason why I'm doing the force move on this, so that it will just continue. Um, it will start that coroutine of, moving from one destination to another, you know, um, with the right number of frames and like. Um, so we collide with a human, we collide with a warrior, perfectly fine, you know. Um, Now we get to um, the other portions of our. Um, we're gonna need to kind of get to the other portions of our um, collision objects and like. Um, no worries there, Arthur. Thank you. Thanks for stopping on by. I appreciate it. I appreciate, the you're coming on in and suggesting um, code improvements. I appreciate it. So um, I do these coding streams every Sunday. So um, so next Sunday, if you want to come on back and check it out, you're welcome to. You can also go to my YouTube channel, and I try to upload all these videos as much as I can up there. I don't do any kind of editing, um, so uh, everything that you see here is pretty much everything that you'll find on my YouTube channel. So, um, but thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So, um, so let's go ahead and check out what else I need to um, what am I potentially going to be running into on this? So, um, so let's say, well, okay. We let's go ahead and try to handle this a little bit more. Let's figure out what portion, what potential objects could you actually run into? What other tags could you run into? Um, so um, here, let me go ahead and just kind of do like multiple tags here, and let's just kind of list out things that um, the human has the potential of walking into. So, so next up would be um, next up would probably be like barrier. Okay, meaning that there's going to be multiple different um, barriers placed on the map to try to guard against um, the enemies. I don't want them to move past those barriers. Okay, not only is it meant to keep the enemy out, but it's also kind of meant to keep the the human players in. Okay, so I don't want to force move to that particular destination. Okay, so um, let's see. Hmm. Um, how am I gonna go about doing that? Now, when you're doing A star, you know, when you're doing an A star pathing check, okay, it's gonna go through each and every single one of the available tiles that are out there to check to see whether or not that's a viable, if that's a viable move or not. Okay, um, and um, that's going to be slightly different than this itself, the whole attempt move. Okay, because we're going to be, we're going to be checking um, where the human wants to go. Okay, like, hey, um, if I want to go from, point A to point B, then the um, then it will kind of check to see whether or not that path actually kind of works. If they're trying to get to this location, for example, then would they go that way or would they go this way? Don't really know. It all depends on what could kind of block. So, for example, let's say that this tree right here is actually on this spot right here, right? And I want to get to this spot over here. So, um, based off of A star, okay, we're starting here. So we're checking. Okay, uh, can't we check this spot? It's not going to work for us. We check that spot. Not going to work for us. We check that spot. Not going to work for us because there's already something in those particular locations that's going to block them from getting to their destination. There's something solid there, you know, that will eventually block them. Like, let's say that this actually has a barrier to it. Okay, so you have three spots that they have the potential to go to. Okay, so now we check. Let's say we check this spot here. Okay, um, this spot is has already been something that it's coming from. So it checks the other remaining five spots around it, around this particular location, right? So it checks this, can't go there. Checks that, can't go there. Checks that, can't go there. Checks that, can't go there. And this one's completely out, so it checks this spot and it finds, hey, that's perfectly fine. We can actually go there. So this gets added into the queue, okay, into the A star queue, okay. Then it goes to these next two spots here, okay. Um, checks this spot out, okay. Um, we check this spot, can't go. Check that spot, can't go. This spot has already been in the queue, so we don't need to worry about that. We check the queue to see whether or not this spot is in there, and we find it. We don't need to worry about that. So this one is completely out as well. So now we check on these two spots here, both of which haven't been added into the queue. So both of these spots gets added in. Then it goes on to the next spot in the queue, which is this space here. Okay, so this spot is already been gone to. This spot has already been checked, has already been flagged as being visited, so we don't need to worry about that. this spot is not something that we can go to. This spot has already been added in the queue, so we don't worry about that one. These two spots haven't been added in, so we add them into the queue, okay, to be looked at later. And it continues this, okay, until eventually it finds that this path here will be the shortest path out there. Once it finds the shortest path, it's done. It doesn't need to continue on, okay? It doesn't need to check this entire map for the quickest path, okay? Once the quickest path has been found, then it comes on back and says, this is where you need to go, okay? Um, Now, if there's no viable path to get there, then it's going to have to kind of come on back and say, I can't get there, you know, you know, or or it's going to attempt to try to go in that general direction. Now, as I've mentioned in the past, you know, we have the potential of doing the fog of war, okay, in there. So it might, you know, like there might be some barriers like here and here, for example, but the player might, you know, the AIs might not be able to kind of see it outright. So it may go to this particular destination right there and go, well, I can't get in that particular direction. So I'm gonna have to go around the another way. Well, we got to be careful with this as well, though, because if let's say, for example, um, our fog of war is really small. Okay, it just has this, you know, just the surrounding blocks available to be seen, right? Um, so so it has no idea what's here or what's there, for example. Okay, let's say that there are indeed barriers here and there. Okay, and it needs to get over here. And the player marked this particular space for the units to kind of get to. Like maybe this is one of the other resources that they need. Okay, so this unit will travel to this spot here and see, hey, well, this spot here is blocked. So I can't get to this particular spot anymore. Okay. So it's going to do another A star to try to find its route over here. Okay. Well, it's going to try checking this spot because that spot is the next entry over here, right? So it comes back to this spot and then it does the A star all over again. Okay. And that's where things get a little dicey because now Um, even though we're coming back to this point here, trying to get, you know, we're pathing in this particular direction. Okay. Um, we've already, you know, we're not 100% sure. You know, we're no longer seeing this particular block. So if we do another A star pathing here, it might see this path as the next, as the best path again. So it may try to go back that particular route again. We can't have that happening. So we got to be careful when it comes to the whole A star. Okay, we don't want these guys kind of going back and forth along these two squares. Okay, they're not going to get anywhere on that. Okay, so I got to, you know, when you're when you're doing AI movement, if they're kind of going back and forth, you know, if they're just kind of wiggling around, you got a problem with your pathing. Okay, they're not they're not they're not committing to a particular path. Okay, they're seeing, you know, they're seeing one path, they're going to that particular spot, and then they're seeing that the other path is just as quick, so they move on back there, and then they rinse and repeat over and over and over again. That's why you have that little wiggle going on. Okay, um, so um, when you're when you're doing the when you're doing the pathing, you're gonna need to kind of keep track of where you've been and where you're going to. Um, so the pathing might need to be its own coroutine. Okay, meaning that we're gonna need to kind of handle um, after it gets to another spot, after it kind of moves to another spot, we're still gonna need to um, keep track of where it's kind of been to and say, hey, if this path didn't necessarily work out, then we may need to kind of restart back over again and continue going along the new path that we're trying to get to. Okay. Um, saying that, hey, we've already determined that this path is no longer viable, so we're going to have to go the other way. If there was a barrier here, for example, that just kind of sprung up, then once we get to this point, then we're going to need to, once again go, okay, well, this path is blocked, this path is blocked. So we're going to have to go all the way around to get to that, um, to get to our destination. Okay. Um, if we get to this particular location and there's another barrier here, okay, then once again we're gonna have to go, okay, well, we can't we can't get to this spot. All of our path is blocked. Okay. So it's gonna reach here and go, well, I can't get over there. Okay. So at that point in time, then the AI will have to kind of kick up and say, well, you know, uh, I'm a I'm a worker. I can't get to your destination where you want us to be. So we're gonna take a step back and go, okay, we're gonna go back to our default actions, which is we're just gonna go ahead and mine the resource right next to us. Okay, that's what they there's always gonna be like a hierarchy of what the workers are gonna need to do. Okay. Um, first is go to a destination banner kind of thing, or at least, um, if it if that particular worker is randomly selected to being closest to the destination and um, uh, and it gets randomly selected as being someone that needs to go to the banner, hey, here's this resource banner, I need someone to go about and do that. Okay. um, then it's gonna kind of go through the list and choose at least one person within that list of um, workers to go to that particular destination. It has to choose at least one. Okay. Um, so, um, at minimum, it has to choose one. If there's only one available, then that guy's going. That guy's gonna go. Okay. Um, so, um, but if there's like 10 or 20 of them, on the map, then it's gonna look for it's gonna once you place that little banner down, it's gonna go, okay, who's closest? Oh, these guys are? Okay. Um, are you randomly gonna go? No. Are you randomly gonna go? No. Then it's gonna continue kind of going down the list of who's closest, who's closest, who's closest, and eventually it will kind of select someone and they will move. Okay, it could be the person that's the furthest away from the banner. Okay, and that's the thing. player's not going to be able to kind of handle that too much. Now, I could probably put in something in on that banner that basically says, you know, um, like, okay, the player might be, uh, um, I could probably put something down saying, hey, um, um, if the banner is, I want someone closest for sure to go to this banner and handle it, then they can put that banner down. Okay, so it finds the closest, um, it finds the closest worker, and that worker's going. Okay, or I can have the player, you know, well, I could have two banners going on this. Okay, they could basically say, I want the closest person, or I could want anyone, any worker go and handle this banner. Okay. Um, so if it's closest, then one that we do an A star, find the closest person, closest human to that particular banner, and they'll walk. Okay. Um, if it's anyone, then we're gonna just kind of go through the list and see whether or not they can actually kind of um, they can actually get to that banner. Okay. If we don't really know, then that particular human's just gonna kind of walk and try to figure out, can they actually get there. Okay. It might not be. Okay. It might be at the point where it's kind of blocked off completely from that particular path. Okay. Um, but that's something that we'll have to kind of contend with anyway. So, um, so, um, but again, that's going to be a little bit later on that. So, um, now if um, yeah, let's just go ahead and do this as a boolean here. It's we want we want this to be a boolean because we don't know whether or not um, the move is something that can happen. Okay, we may have to kind of face something that says, hey, we can't move in this we can't move in this general direction. We're currently blocked. Okay. So we're gonna have to kind of readjust ourselves. Okay, we might need to kind of move in a different direction on this. So, um, so in this particular case, seeing that we didn't actually hit anything, our movement is true. We are indeed moving to that particular destination. Okay. Um, Once again, we're going to go ahead and put these down as returns a true on this. Now, we're going to eventually want to do a return of false, meaning that, we didn't actually, um, our destination couldn't be reached on this particular case. Like, for example, we ran into a barrier. Okay. If we ran into a barrier, um, then um, we can just basically say, well, sorry, there's nothing we can do, or um, we ran into um, you know let's see, ran into a barrier, um, attempted move to I'm putting the coordinates down so that I don't have any um, repeats. Um, uh, let's see. Failed. Okay, so what I'm doing here, so um, their their attempt to kind of go towards that particular tile, they ran into a barrier. Okay, we're just gonna have like a little debug log stating, that we did indeed run into something at the destination that we were trying to go towards. Okay, and that has failed. We're not gonna move there, and we're gonna return false. Okay, it's just kind of gonna drop down through our else ifs. Um, let's see. I wonder if there's a way that I can kind of do this um, as a switch. Hmm, I don't know if I can do that. Um, I don't know if I can kind of isolate this and have the case being the strings themselves. So, um, okay, so we're checking to see whether or not that's a barrier. We're not gonna go about doing that. Let's see. Um, else okay. If it is if it's a resource of any kind, then again, um, they're not going to be able to move to that particular resource. Okay. Um, so, um, let's see. And into the resource. So our attempt there um, isn't really gonna work, and therefore their movement isn't going to happen. It's gonna fail. So we're just basically calling this and saying, yep, can't do it. Nothing we can do. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Um, if it is the um, human city, then we have no problem with their movement on that. So, um, so let's see. Else if Okay, so the if they're trying to go back home, okay, meaning that we are, um, you know, if they're trying to get back home to say deliver resources, for example, say that they're kind of carrying resources back to the home city, right? Okay, they're eventually going to want to walk into the home city to deliver said resources, right? So, um, so if they're, um, so if they've come back to this particular spot, for example, and they're trying to walk back into the city, then I'm gonna want them to have the animation of them kind of walking into the city. Okay. Now I'm probably gonna need to have them kind of fade from that. Okay, to the point where eventually they will, once they reach the city destination, they're just gonna completely, um, they'll eventually, deposit their resources and completely disappear altogether. Okay. Um, so, um, but I still kind of want them to kind of move on into their destination on this. Um, Human will need to deposit the resources gathered. Um, um, Chain. Oh, let's see. Let me put multiple comments here. Um, Change its transparency. I don't know if I spelled that correctly. Um, so that it fades from sight. And then human is removed at end of movement. Now, um, now I may need to do some additional, um, excuse me, hold on. Get something to drink here. All right, just wanted to wet my whistle here. Oh yeah. So, um, let's see. Um, excuse me. Um, so the human goes from its one spot into the human city. So it's eventually going to need to make that movement, okay, from its from where it was into the human city. When it's actually moving in that direction, okay, animating in that general direction, handling all the movement and so on and so forth. Okay. I'm gonna probably need to do some like additional like coroutines here to handle. the transparency, so that it eventually kind of works to um, remove the human from sight, and then um, and after that coroutine is done, and I'm probably gonna need to do a complete removal of said human, and then of course add all the resources that it's gathered into the player's totals, so that the player will see, hey, this particular resource has increased by so many resources, or resource A comes in, resource B comes in, resource C, so on and so forth. Hey there, Thine, Ethan, Ethine. Thanks for the raid there, bud. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? And what were you doing? So that's I'll worry about the um I'll worry about like the transparency and the adding of resources and so on and so forth later. I'm not worried about that at this point in the code right now. I'll worry about that a little bit later once I get, you know, once I start getting the resource amounts and so on and so forth. This is all about, map movement right now. So, um, doing all right. Been working on a procedurally generated map game thing. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. Are are you trying to do 2D or are you trying to do 3D? I would imagine 3D would be, well, I mean, it would be tougher overall, but trying to actually get a procedurally generated map in 3D would be a little bit more difficult because you're trying to have all the curvatures kind of match up. I mean, it's like looking at Minecraft where you have you have a mountainscape in one particular chunk right next to an ocean. It doesn't really work very well. So 2D so far, nice, nice. Yeah, that's a lot easier to kind of handle at this point. So, um, um, well, I say easier, but let's face it. One wrong piece of code in your generation, and you could have map generation just completely being messed up. So, I mean, I fought for a long time just trying to make, my map look like this. You know, it took a while to kind of get this to even work out the way I kind of wanted it to. So, um, Unity doesn't really have the best when it comes to hex tiles at this point. So, or at least based off of my observations. So I was having some difficulties with this. You could see on my YouTube channel I had um, several Sunday coding streams just trying to handle generating my triangle map here so that it will handle regenerating it over and over and over again. So um, haven't had any major map catastrophes yet, but still have a lot of polishing to do. Yeah. It, yeah, it's, be thankful that you don't have any catastrophes, but at the same time, if anyone knows, you know, it's very rare to do any kind of code and have um, no errors whatsoever. I think I've had that like once in my life where I've actually coded up something and had no errors, like once. you know, and even then, that wasn't something that was like millions of lines of code or anything along those lines. Okay, I was just doing like maybe two classes worth of code. So yeah, combining with zeros is definitely unsettling. Um, you're looking at it and going, wait a second, did I screw up somewhere? But yet you run the code and everything works out perfectly fine, and you're like, what just happened here? So, oh yeah. Um, so we have. Are you using Unity for your map generation? Or are you using just like another kind of set of code like C++, um, Python, Java? You know, what are you using? Okay, so so we have our tags here using C and SDL2 for graphics. Gotcha. Okay. Using using straight C, not C++? Oh, okay. Wow, okay. That's it's not very often that I hear about a game using just straight C, um so that is indeed a challenge for you, so good luck with that. Keep on going. But at the same time, if that's the code that you're most familiar with, then more power to you, bud. More power to you. So, okay. So let's see, what can we do about this here? Okay, so we now have something to handle whether or not the human is going to be actually moving into the human city. Okay, we are going to have them continue their movement in, um, so we're going to go ahead and continue the force move towards that destination. So, um, C++ would probably be smarter, but I have more fun writing C. I mean, they're very similar to each other. I mean, you can still write C code in C++. So I mean, um, if you're more comfortable with C, then no worries on that. So um, the one of the advantages of C++ is the fact that it has you know a you can use object oriented with it, and you can build the classes, and you can um, you can work it with different um, functions to try to make things a little bit easier for yourself. But you know um, you got to use with which what you're comfortable with. Um, I mean, unless you're learning a completely new language, for the very first time, which is kind of what I'm doing on this particular game here, using Unity and C Sharp. Um, I'm kind of slowing down my process by having to learn Unity and C Sharp at the same time as trying to code up this code up this game. Now, I probably could have tried doing all this you know in Java. Probably could have tried doing it in C++, but again, uh, I learned more C than I did C++. But um, you know, if I was designing a game, um, I'd still want to try to encapsulated within the object oriented. So, okay, good. Or at least that's where my mentality would be. So okay. We have a human colliding with human. No problem. Warrior, no problem. Bear, problem. Resource problem. Human city, no problem. So, um, let's see. We can't have them walking into the outer wall. So, oh, but yet at the same time, I don't actually have the outer walls as a rigid body yet. Hmm. How am I gonna go about doing that? Oh, thank you for the follow there, bud. I appreciate it. Um, hmm. So, um, right now I have, this as the outer wall, something that my AI will not be able to get past. Um, now, pathing shouldn't, the pathing itself, the A-star pathing shouldn't get to a point where it's gonna get to, and yeah, it should be seeing these particular blocks and saying, sorry, we can't go there anyway. Okay. Um, so, um, but you should still have um, the the um, something to kind of check to make sure that you don't actually go there. Okay. Um, if for some odd reason portion of your code somehow screws up somewhere, you know, whatever may happen, you know, like maybe your A star somehow doesn't recognize the outer wall being the outer wall or something. Okay. Then I'm going to need to have something as a catch. You know, basically saying, hey, if this is the um, outer wall, then we can't move there. So our movement is going to return false. Okay, we don't want to go in that general direction at all. So run into outer wall. Attempt to move failed. All right. So again, this this particular block of code, it should never happen with A star. Okay, it shouldn't, but you should still have a check in there and say, okay, wait, hold on, we can't do that. Um, so uh, so technically, I should never really see this. I should never see this debug log pop up at any time in the code whatsoever. If it does, then I know I have some problems going on somewhere. Okay, if I see this particular log happening in my console, you know, then I know that I need to try to adjust my code in some fashion or another because they're attempting to move to this outer wall somehow. So I'm gonna need to try to tweak my A star and figure out, or I'm gonna need to figure out what's going on, where's the failure going on, you know. So this is more of a kind of a check for me later on down the line. So if something happens, if for some reason the coordinates get screwed up in some fashion or another, Um, if the outer wall somehow gets the XY coordinate of a another proper hex tiles for some reason, you know, I don't know. I'm just putting it there so um, if I see it, there's a problem. So let's see, what else could the humans potentially do? Um, let's see, we have the enemies themselves that I'm gonna need to check on, and the enemy cities. Now, um, the enemy cities, the humans should never get to a position where they are next to the enemy cities, okay? The enemy should always be at a point where they're gonna capture the humans and nothing happens. They're just gonna absolutely fail, okay? Having these guys get to the enemy city shouldn't happen, okay? But you never know. Okay, you might actually have. I may have a player in this particular case that might find that as a challenge. Okay, they might decide, hey, I'm going to try to create a barrier or try to get my human worker to get next to the enemy city. Maybe they want to do it as a challenge. It'd be a really tough challenge, but maybe they want to do that. Okay. Maybe I'll put a little achievement in there that is basically saying, hey, this is impossible, but if you want to try for it, there you go. But um, the thing is that the the Monster City is just gonna continuously send out ghouls, ghosts, and goblins constantly. Okay, not like every split second. Okay, but there's not really going to be any kind of limit for them. Okay, I'm going to have it to the point where each one, the size of the map could potentially be completely covered by the monsters themselves. So, um, um, so that would leave like no room for the humans whatsoever on that. Okay, so having the humans work their way to be able to actually get next to the enemy city to try to even go inside of it, probably not going to happen. But we should still handle that potential collision just in case, you know. So we're going to go ahead and individually make each one of these here. So ghoul, ghost, ghost, and goblin. So, um, so if it checks for any one of these particular three, now um, I'll have these like at the very bottom of it, like at the very bottom of this entire list of compares. So again, these shouldn't necessarily be um, these shouldn't necessarily be triggered at all. But I mean, if it does happen for some reason, um, then we can at least get an idea as to, hey, you know, um, we'll eventually get there. Now, seeing that I'm kind of testing all this anyway, or the, I haven't gotten into the game portion of it yet anyway. I haven't even gotten to the point where these guys are going to be capturing the human player, the human player AI agents. Um, you know, I'm going to have these guys kind of walking around the map anyway. So eventually it may get to the point where during testing, just testing out the movement, we may have the AI agents doing this. Who knows? Um, but um, okay. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. So again, we're just gonna have these as failures because um, we don't need to worry about moving the humans into the enemy cities at all. So we're just gonna completely ignore that. So um, cool city. Again, the A star pattern should never get to a point where it's gonna want to walk into it. But again, just in case. All right. So, let's see. Now, what we probably should be doing now is the last bits of for the enemies themselves. So, um, for the each of the individual um, enemies. So, let's see, we're gonna do. Actually, hold on. These are also going to be failures in that. So let's go ahead and copy all this again because I mean I can just easily um, take out the city on this. Oop, ah, messed up. And there we go. And there we go. Okay. So a lot of these are just going to be straight up failures. Okay, so it is not going to move whatsoever towards that particular destination. Okay, so if oh, okay, I'm just going to decide to compile, no problem. So if the worker here in this particular case wants to go to a tile that actually has an enemy, then it's just going to completely fail outright and it's not going to move. Okay, it's not going to make that attempted move. So, um, okay, that's what the whole attempted move is going to be all about. So, if if the movement is true, then perfectly fine. And we'll go ahead and return true and have no problems whatsoever on that. But if they're running into enemies, If they're trying to go into the goblins, into the enemy cities for some odd reason, then we're just gonna basically say, no, man, not gonna handle that kind of movement. So, um, now, personally, I would love to kind of do a switch on this, but because I mean, it would just be easier to um, kind of have certain like drop downs happen. Um, I mean, it's all pretty much the same anyway, kind of. Um, but a switch would be a lot cleaner in this particular case. The problem is that I don't know how I would be able to kind of how I'd be able to handle a switch statement with what I got there. So, mm, yeah, I don't think there's going to be an easy way of going about doing that because I'm having to do the comparison each and every single time. So, um, I would have to rewrite this in a fashion where I would have to get the rigid bodies tag and then um, have each case do the comparison. I don't know if that's really there's a way for me to easily go about doing that. Hmm. You know what? Let me just kind of put a comment in here for now. Can I make this into a which switch statement for easier readability? Actually, hold on. Let's do that. Okay. So, because let's face it, folks. Readability um, is pretty key when you're writing code. I mean, talk to any kind of coder. If you're looking at someone else's code and you have no idea on what they're trying to say, what they're trying to do on it, and they have no commentation in their code, you're going to spend a lot of time just trying to figure out what exactly that particular person did. Okay. I remember back in college, I think I've talked about this particular story before, but, um, you know, um, I was on a group project with one of my peers, and he made something that was completely operator overloaded. His entire block of code that he had, and I swear it was just a block of code. Okay, there was no separate functions that I saw at all in there. He basically mashed it down into something that was just like a block of code that just handled operator overloading to an extreme value. I couldn't read it whatsoever. I was like, what the hell are you doing on it? Um, uh, I had to basically, you know, uh, me and him were kind of teamed up with each other for the project, and this project had multiple stages to it. So I was like trying to meet up with, I was trying to say, email, instant message, texting, and so on and so forth, saying, hey, we need to get together and work on this. You know, um, when do you want to meet up and do this? And no word from him whatsoever. And then I finally get back word from, it was like the day before. I'm like, going, we really do need to work on this, bud. You know, I'm going to be here and work on this. And he's like, going, oh, yeah, I already did it. I'm like, wait, what? He's like, oh, yeah, I already took care of it. I'm like, okay, can you send me your code? So he did, and it made my eyes bleed. I mean, it worked. It worked for the project requirements. Problem was that I couldn't read it whatsoever, and I wouldn't have one clue as to how to try to make his code workable for the second stage of the project. To be honest, I don't even know if he could have done it. Um, so I understood that there was multiple stages in the overall project for the class. It felt like he really didn't. I don't know. I don't know. I like I said, I couldn't read it. I didn't have the time to read it. I went to the teacher and was like, "Oh, listen, I don't know what my teammate did. He generated this block code that I can't read. He did it all by himself. We didn't do any kind of team work on this whatsoever. I don't feel comfortable working with him anymore. I tried reaching out to him multiple times to try to work with him on this particular project, but he ignored me each and every single time. I don't want this to happen again, and the teacher was perfectly fine with that. You know, I set myself up for a disadvantage because I didn't have any particular. All the teams were assigned at that point. At that point, but I didn't really want to work with him after that. Um, if he didn't want to work with me, I didn't really want to work with him. So it's just unfortunate that it came to that point. But let's face it, make things readable because um, let's say let's say I complete this project. Let's say I complete this game and I send it out. Okay. I move on to like a new game, like a 3D game or something like that for the next project that I want to do. Okay, for example. Okay, I get that done. Then I go, I want to maybe do a version 2 of this particular game. So I come back to it, and if I can't read my own code, if I don't have no idea what I'm doing, inside my own code, if I don't have any comments, if I'm not really understanding what's going on in my own code, then it's just going to make things a lot harder to try to handle making any kind of improvements on it. I mean, every programmer should know this. So, or at least if you don't, be aware of it. um, you know, because maybe it's not just you yourself. Like if you're like looking at your code five years down the line, then you're kind of causing yourself your own problems. But maybe let's say you find some additional programmers that want to work with you on the second version or something like that. Like you generate a team. Make sure that it's readable for them so that they can understand what you were trying to do for your game. Okay, so that they can look at it and they can understand it as well. Okay, everybody writes code differently, but let's face it, make sure that you can handle it. Make sure that others can handle it. Otherwise, you're just going to add more time on your project. This can happen in both, games, applications, wherever. You know, um, you know, web page development. It all kind of leads up and it all kind of combines together. So clever code tricks can be dangerous if you can't figure out what it means later. Exactly. Exactly. What happened, you better be using those code tricks each and every single day of your life. Otherwise, if you only use it once and you come back to it like 5 years later, yeah, you're probably going to be looking at it and going, "What did I just do here?" So be aware of it. Be aware of it. Okay. Um, so we have ourselves all of our tags. We're forcing our movement, so we're continuing that. Um, Now I'm just kind of focusing on the human workers for now, just trying to get them to be able to kind of move. So um, I don't necessarily want to redo all of this for my other code scripts, for their attempted moves. I don't need to worry about that too much. Okay. Um, so, where goes schools, goblins, don't need to worry about it right now. We're just going to go ahead and ignore that, um, ignore those functions for now, because I just want to make sure that I'm actually getting the human movement to actually work. Okay. Um, Once I get this to work, then I know that I can take the majority of this code to kind of have it work for um, for the other scripts for the other classes. So um, obviously I would have to kind of change things up a little bit, because like for example, if the rigid body is a barrier, for example, and the um, and it's say like the ghost, for example, they're trying to run into the barrier. Well, it's gonna want to do damage to said barrier then. Okay, so it won't necessarily do a movement, but it may need to call another function saying damage barrier. So, um, so, but these are all little, um, you know, each one of these is going to be um, needs to be handled differently based off of each of the different agents. Okay, the warrior will handle um, moving into a ghoul, ghost, or goblin differently, for example. Okay. Um, so so each one of these is going to be, well, I mean, I could probably copy this entire block of code and repeat it for each one of these different agents. But the what's kind of uh, happening inside each one of those um, inside each of the else if blocks is going to be different based off of um, you know the the different monsters and the like. Um, so we'll worry about that later. So let's see. Okay, I got about 10 more minutes before I normally shut down the stream. Uh, hmm. What's the next step on this one? Hmm. Let's see. Okay, we have the vectors, we do the line cast, we get the hit, we do the smooth move there, so we can do the animations. Hmm. Let's see. Um, should probably do the tug of walk inside the smooth move there. Okay, then. No problem there, bud. Enjoy your dinner. Take care. Um, uh, just so you're aware, these Sundays are always my coding streams. So if you want to continue watching my progress on this, then feel free to stop on by next Sunday. Um, and I will be picking them back up where I left off. Um, so feel free to stop on by if you're interested. So take care. Have a good night, man. Take care of yourself. Okay. Um, let's see. You don't necessarily need to worry about the. You don't necessarily need to worry about, doing the walking animation over and over and over again, but we can activate it here. So, okay, so we have the animation walking. Um, let's see. Um, we've already determined flipping of um, the sprite, whether it's moving left or right, so we don't have to worry about that right at the moment. Once again, I'm afraid of the positioning of the uh, x and y values on this. So um, I might be causing myself some additional problems with this. So matter of fact, I need to have that comment in here so I don't have um, I'm not causing myself additional hardship later. Let's see. Start and end might not be the correct values to compare. Keep an eye on this. Okay. Um, so what I'm a little concerned with right at the moment is I'm getting the start position and end position, and I'm checking the x values between the two, and obviously I'm changing whether or not it's the sprite is looking to the left or looking to the right, and based off of where its destination is going to be at, it will flip um, um, the sprite around. But if I'm not generating the start and end correctly, or their x values aren't really lining up properly, um, then which I feel that might actually be the case. Um, I have a sinking suspicion in my mind that I'm kind of screwing up a little bit here, and then it's probably not going to flip the sprite around properly. So So this is all being kind of taken care of within move. So I was half inclined on that I was going to kind of need to do that within the move, within the start coroutine, but I'm moving from one hex tile to another hex tile, so I don't necessarily need to worry about um, verifying, the direction of the sprite because that's already being taken care of. I'm just moving from one tile to the other. That's it. That's all I need to do. So, um, okay, so we have our movement. Um, Now we're going to need to, um, let's see, we're going to need to kind of manage when the movement kind of happens within the game. So every frame um, there's going to be like a call out to see whether or not there's any um, agents that need to actually initiate their movement or anything along those lines. So, um, let's see, that's what's kind of going on here. So, um, so we're gonna need to do a um, I think what I want to do is I'm probably gonna want to um, find their find the human. Well, I'm probably gonna need to kind of do this next week. I'm probably gonna need to get their positioning that they have here, okay, and I'm probably gonna want to a um, get the tile next to them so that um, I can then input um, I can then just kind of do the human and then we move and place the um, x and y coordinates on where they're going to need to move to. Um, so and see whether or not it actually kind of works out the way I want it to. Now, eventually, this will have to kind of get to a point where um, um, I'm going to do the pathing of the human agent to find the path to where it wants to go, so that it can collect the resources. But that's going to have to, again, be a little bit later. That's going to have to kind of wait for next week on that. Um, so I didn't get very far today, but I did figure out that this could still be possible. So we're kind of moving in the right direction on that. Um, we're gonna need to um, change the tags on our humans, or we're gonna need to kind of change our tags and the like to try to handle the um, um, see our humans right now are currently untagged, so we're gonna need to kind of change those and change that around a little bit and try to get that working the way we're writing our code out. Otherwise, we're just going to be shooting ourselves in the foot later. Okay, I'm saying that the human workers have the human tag of human. um, but if I don't actually have the tag set up here, then I'm gonna cause myself some hardship later. It's not gonna even recognize it. Okay. Um, so it's gonna kind of look through all these and go, well, you know, there's no human, so don't need to worry about it. Or yeah, it's gonna say, hey, I collided with something, but I can't find this particular tag at all, so I'm not gonna move. That's a bit of a problem. So um, I'm gonna need to kind of work on the tags, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and have to end it for now, there, folks. So um, yeah, the so next week we're going to change our prefab tags um, to handle these for the most part. Again, I don't have any. Um, our cities and the like don't actually have any kind of collision bodies to them, so I may need to try to like create like a collision body over it, just so it has, a rigid body to it, to so that when I do the check, then I have a tag associated with this with the cities, for example. Um, so we're gonna kind of need to work on that a little bit, figure out how we're gonna kind of tackle that. Um, then we'll start inputting values into um, these agents move and see whether or not they actually do move, whether or not it, it kind of transitions slowly but surely across to the next textile. That will have to kind of wait until next week. Um, yeah, that's what I'm gonna be kind of facing next Sunday. So if you're interested in that, uh, come on back next Sunday, and we'll continue working on this as always. Um, but that's where we're going to go ahead and stop our stream here there, folks. So all these streams, all these videos are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel in my About section. Um, but I also have them in the description of my YouTube videos, so if you're interested in any of those, feel free to check those out. Um, 1 second. Okay. Um, sorry, I needed to keep my music going so my headset would stay alive. um, I have a schedule of everything that I do on this streaming channel down below on my Twitch About page. So if you're curious as to the games that I play during the week, as well as these coding streams that I do on Sundays. It's all there on my schedule, so feel free to check that out. See if there's anything that might interest you if you want. Stop on by during those particular days. I stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST, so um, stop on by during that window of time. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. I'm happy either way for it. I'm still gonna continue doing these gaming and coding streams, so um, either way is fine. So but that's where we're going to go ahead and end it for tonight. So Thin, thank you for stopping on by. I appreciate that you rated me today and you chatted with me concerning, what you were working on and what I was working on. I appreciate it. Arthur, thank you for just stopping on by and chatting with me, helping me out with some of my code. I appreciate the fact that you did that. Um, let's see. Jedi, once again, as always, thank you for stopping on by there, Ben. I appreciate when you come in and say hi to me. I appreciate it. But that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down there, folks. Now, I am seeing that we do have more than 3 viewers right at this moment in time, so um, I can actually do an actual raid this time around. So if if there's someone that you guys would like me to do a raid on, go ahead and put it in the chat. Let me know if there's someone that you might be interested in. If not, I could try to raid someone at random, or I could see if there's someone that I might know um, that might be streaming. Hold on, let me see if my professional is streaming right at this moment in time. Nope. I mean, I do have some others, but they're all kind of playing games. So I mean, if you're interested in like coding streams and the like, um, then that's probably not gonna work out right right at the moment. Hmm. Um, what kind of game am I making? I'm making a 2D real-time strategy style game. Um, so eventually um, it's gonna have kind of similarities to Majesty if you've ever played that game before. Um, in the sense that the AIs are not something that the player is directly going to control. Um, but it's going to be a level on level, or a level based game. So that's the intention. So fantasy mainly. So definitely not historical or modern. I mean, the name of the game is literally ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. So definitely fantasy. So, but that's where we're gonna have go ahead and close on down for tonight. Like I said, if you're interested in what I've done on this so far, I mean, which I've had some hit some roadblocks on development of this game. So if you want to see everything that I've done for what I've done here for GGG, you'll find it on my YouTube channel. So, oh, thank you very much, though, Queso. I appreciate uh, your follow. I appreciate it, but um, but yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for the night, there, folks. So, is there anyone that you guys want to read? I'm putting that out there for you guys, my viewers. Is there anyone that you'd like me to kind of do a raid on? If not, I can always try to find someone at random. What would you like to do? Yeah, man. Yeah, they're bad. I stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. So, um, my coding streams are every Sunday. So, if you want to, join me again next week on these coding streams, then um, stop on by next Sunday, and I'll start around 2 o'clock p.m. PST. So, um, okay. If there is no um, If there's no input on that, then I can see. And let me see if I can kind of search um, for coding in general. Let's see. Okay. Coding for Netflix. Hmm. Okay. Let's try to pick someone that might need more viewers. Let's see. Sort and filter. Viewers low and high. Hmm. Okay, we have someone that is working on Unity as well. We can go ahead and transfer you guys to that one if you're interested. I don't know where they are currently, but I'm just kind of seeing them live on my phone here. If you guys want to, we can go ahead and just go ahead and raid that person. So, and, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and initiate. So if you guys want to um, join in that, then there you go. But that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it for now there, folks. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.